this one's unmuted, if that helps. Commissioner Michelle Perry,
Yep, there it is.
Commissioner Alicia Ray, Commissioner Lindsay Sice,
Commissioner Sice, present.
Commissioner Susan Mills,
Commissioner Mills here.
this computer, and Commissioner Perry. Able to hear me?
Commissioner Perry's here.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
It's in red, so they publisher. So we ask for make sure that's clear. Then we have a recommendation to the minutes meeting. Right?
Commissioner Cadet, so
Commissioner Ray, second. It's unanimous. I wasn't sure how the protocol to handle some of it.
Maybe they just.
Passed on that to amend, because I changed the name of it.
We weren't able to hear them. I could hear them in my computer. Couldn't hear them.
Gotcha.
Discussion, conversation.
There were some positive Commissioner Mills, can you hear me? Can you vote, or have you voted at this time? And Commissioner Perry?
We can't hear a thing.
We're having some audio problem, but if you will vote now
And what am I, what am I voting on?
on AES 3000.
Because I mean, we can't hear anything that you're saying.
So we're, sorry.
Hear you speaking. Assume that we were still waiting. What is going on? Could you clarify what is the voting regarding?
That's what it's supposed to be doing. That's it coming through the system. Leave this.
Okay, sorry. We have it through two computers and it's not letting you hear from one computer. We are voting on AES 3000. We're starting alphabetically. You had that in your folder, the order that we're going in. So we've started with AES 3000. So if you can go into the platform and vote. And I think we fixed the problem because you can hear us now, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Perry, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Mhm. Yeah, I know. Commissioner Mills, can you say something? We're trying to see if we can get your voice through the room.
Hello? Commissioner Mills, this is Commissioner Mills.
No, right now you're just coming through the laptop. Hold on one second. Okay, count to 5 and then say something. I'm going to mute this laptop.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, hello. Hello?
Now?
Yep.
Okay.
We're still troubleshooting. We're still troubleshooting on our end. Commissioner Mills?
Yes?
Okay, just testing.
I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
That's a little bit better.
We can hear you guys on our end over the intercom speaker system. Is this louder?
Much better.
Okay, I think we have it fixed.
All right, now tell me what we're doing again. It's been. Which one are we voting on?
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Wonderful. So we need two more votes.
I, where, Michelle and I are trying to figure out where we go to vote. We have the folder up.
I'm not for certain where I need to go.
Sure.
Commissioner Perry permission to access the folder.
Commissioner Mills and
Yes.
Commissioner Perry, Dr. Fair is gonna email you the links again with your passwords.
Thank you.
Our device to where the sound is not coming from, then it wouldn't give us that echo.
And you know, Commissioner Ray.
Commissioner Ray?
Commissioner Gadet.
Commissioner Blee. Commissioner Baldwin. Commissioner Austin.
Commissioner Autry?
Commissioner Sayce.
That was, yep.
Commissioner Linker?
All right, good.
Commissioner McLean or this is Commissioner Gadak. Quick question. So are we looking for a vote from every commissioner? Yes or no? Or is it just the majority of the quorum? We have to have 10. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
So when you can log in, we would be on, you're looking for CTE, the bid is AES 3000.
Gotcha. Ready for me to vote? Commissioner Linker, this is Commissioner Mills.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Commissioner Mills,
Secretary and
yes.
Commissioner Mills, once you can log in and you're in your CTE portal, you can vote for AES 3000 and submit that vote.
All right. Up next, we have bid number AES 3001 by Applied Educational Systems, HSHU 40 Health Science, 9th through 12th grade. Are there any comments, questions, information to share at this time? Floor is open.
Commissioner Ray, I see that it covered the majority of the curriculum and very positive comments from the EC advisors regarding the use and the detailed directions throughout.
Thank you for that. Another?
This is Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Covers 21st century skills, and it should be easy for our teachers teaching students that have multiple learning styles, which is a big thing.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Baldwin, content supports career and college opportunities. Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, the PowerPoints are clear and make good use of images to assist EC student comprehension. The virtual chunking of information helps retain student focus.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Autry, I think it's important to note that it has excellent introductory material and does emphasize that Bloom's taxonomy knowledge from knowledge to synthesize information.
Thank you. Any other comments about AES 3001? If not, hearing none, let's vote. Let's vote. Thank you so very much. We have 10 yes votes. We will now move to the next book. At this time, we will talk about bid number AES 3002 by Applied Educational Systems, CSIT BM10 Microsoft Word and PowerPoint for grades 9 through 12. Bid number AES 3002. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, materials support 21st century skills, work-based learning, and problem-solving skills.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, lesson plans are available for all lessons, and each lesson provides learn, practice, reinforce, and assessments. Material also provides a variety of student activities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I found that it met the mass majority of the instructional indicators. The only one missing that I couldn't find was 10.02.07.
Thank you for that. Other comments at this time? Hearing none, we will proceed with voting. You may vote at this time. AES 3002. We have 10 yes votes for AES 3002. We will move to the next book at this time. Next book is AES 3003, bid number AES 3003 by Applied Educational Systems, CSIT BM20 Microsoft Excel, grades 9 through 12. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, content supports career and college opportunities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gadet, the material offers various activities, including crossword puzzles and group activities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, it includes the 21st century skills and supports college and career opportunities.
Thank you. Commissioner Autry, this bid did meet the majority of the standards, with the exception of 2004.06. No lessons or activities could be found.
Thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? Hearing none, you may proceed to vote for AES 3003. The floor is open for voting. AES 3003 has received 10 yes votes. The next bid number is from CEV Multimedia Ltd. The bid number is CEV 3002. CEV 3002. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, we found that the videos were very dated and there was no mention of CTSO activities.
Thank you. We do need to hear from everyone at some point on these texts.
Commissioner Seiss? Standard 9 is a supplementary module, so it should not be counted in the percentages of objectives met.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gadet, we did not find that it met the 80% of curriculum covered in our for standards.
Thank you. Other comments?
Commissioner Blue, Commissioner did, and speaking to the dated material that was in the source.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I found that it met not quite about 70%, and the standards for CTE are cut off as 50%. But it did lack several standards that were not covered in IC 00.0. Oh, sorry, that was did a good job on that phone column. Sorry, it didn't include standard 8, standard 9, and standard 7 completely. It did include capstone projects, which was a strength.
Commissioner Autry, I found that some of the modules were varied quite a bit as far as coverage. The strongest module was probably understand basic employability skills. Others were very.
Thank you.
Commissioner Botwin, I agree with the previous comments, and I had that it did, as Commissioner Linker state, have 50%, which was the requirement, but it still lacked on standards.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Commissioner Perry, although it does have some curriculum objectives met, I still think that it needs to offer more.
Thank you for that. Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3002. CEV 3002. CEV 3002 has received 2 yes votes and 8 no votes. We will move now to CEV Multimedia Ltd. Bid number CEV 3004. CEV 3004. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Austin, the submission does meet the 50% threshold
Commissioner Sice. The online course is user-friendly and allows teachers to post modules for students to complete if they are absent.
Commissioner Baldwin, it did meet the 50% requirement. However, materials could be organized more appropriately. However, they did present enough information on both.
Commissioner Blue, you think provides hands-on students, student instruction, and the book also supports industry-based credentialing.
Other comments for CEV 3004?
Commissioner Ray, one of the strengths is that the text can be made larger and that there's a read aloud option.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3004. CEV 3004. CEV 3004 has received 10 yes votes. At this time, we will discuss bid number CEV 3006 by CEV Multimedia Ltd. AGAS 31 Agricultural Mechanics 1. This is bid number CEV 3006. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found the materials met over 80% of the instructional standards for the course. Was really strong in OSHA safety regulations, but would need some more opportunities for other agricultural mechanic industry organizations other than the FFA, and there were no external links provided. Resources.
Thank you.
Commissioner Austin, that there was ample ideas present for differentiation for the diverse learners.
Commissioner Ray, it appears that the SAE information is using the old standards and the videos need to be updated, but it did meet over 83% of the standards.
Commissioner Baldwin, materials represented a balance of cultural, ethnic, racial, gender, and individuals with disabilities.
Commissioner Autry, the videos and assignments that are embedded into SAE were great. However, they would need to be updated to reflect SAE for all concepts that are being adopted.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perry, it does seem to be a very good product, especially with the standards, majority of the standards met, along with providing information for the very active CTSO FFA.
Commissioner Blue, the content that was provided is very in-depth and organized. We have assignments that meet of different learning styles, as well as a guide on how to use special populations.
Thank you. Any other comments for CEV 3006? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3006. CEV 3006 has received 10 yes votes. We'll turn your attention now to publisher CEV Multimedia Ltd. for bid number CEV 3007. CEV 3007 AG, AU10 Agri-Science Applications. The floor is now open for CEV 3007.
Commissioner Seiss, overall, this course is laid out well and the content is appropriate for the age level of the students the information is intended.
Commissioner Godet, this is simple and able to be used for EC students who need those clear-cut directions, and it has good cultural representation, adaptability for our EL students as well.
Any other comments for CEV 3007? CEV 3007. Hearing none, you may vote for CEV 3007 at this time. CEV 3007 has received 10 yes votes. Our next bid, also from CEV Multimedia, will be CEV 3008. AG AA21 Animal Science 1. Bid number CEV 3008. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner
This is
Linker?
Commissioner Mills. There's a variety of learning activities and styles present, and it does promote the FFA involvement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I found that over 90% of the instructional indicators were covered. The only one I couldn't find was AA 210602. And this also included multiple opportunities for hands-on learning. But again, as with some of the other CEV material, the videos were a little outdated and lacked some diversity. Like some more diverse, so all students could see themselves in the field.
Thank you.
Commissioner Seiss, this textbook is well organized, easy to use and understand. There is enough information to adequately cover the material and even go further into the content.
Commissioner Botland, I felt the content provided great appropriate, and it differentiated between abilities and learning styles.
Commissioner Blue, the content includes multiple activity standards that provide meaningful practice of the learned material.
Thank you. Any other comments for CEV 3008? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3008. CEV 3008 has received 10 yes votes at this time. We will turn your attention to bid number CEV 3009, Ag AA23, Animal Science 2, Small. Bid number CEV 3009. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, the curricular content was covered, but not very in-depth. It was very strongly geared towards cats and dogs and missing several small animals like rabbits, pocket pets, amphibians, and fish, which are all required within the standards.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Commissioner
Perry,
Seiss?
the course provides up-to-date and accurate information and doesn't have many errors. It does restrain for certain animals not being focused on. Overall teacher resources and lesson planning presentation are good.
Commissioner Seiss, videos in the FFA and other modules lack racial diversity, but does well representing gender balance. Videos are very informative, but are outdated. Examples, some videos are dated back to 2012.
Commissioner Baldwin, I agree, and also the maps and charts could be more up to date as well.
Other comment? Hearing no other comments for CEV 3009, you may vote at this time for CEV 3000. CEV 3009 has received 6 yes votes and 4 no. 6 yes, 4 no. We'll turn your attention at this time to CEV 3010. This is for Ag, AP 41, Horticulture 1. The floor is open for bid number CEV 3010.
This is Commissioner Mills. It seems that every lesson has the opportunity for hands-on application, which I believe is very important, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, I agree with Commissioner Mills. It does include a variety of hands-on activities that can be used in person and virtually.
Commissioner Gannett, the resource is easy to navigate and covers majority of the curriculum.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, I believe that the material could have more cultural and ethnic diversity.
Thank you.
Commissioner Autry, I felt like this covered about 70% of the curricular standards. However, some standards such as the procedures, planting, establishing a garden were not found.
Are there any other comments for bid number CEV 3010? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3010. CEV 3010 has received 7 yes votes and 3 votes. 7 yes and 3. We'll turn your attention now to bid number CEV 3011, which is at AP 42 Horticulture 2. CEV 3011. The floor is now open.
Commissioner Austin, many standards of this submission are lacking. For much of the requirements in this course, a teacher would need to supplement a great deal. And for example, the submission does not talk about describing a tree and shrub characteristics, types of greenhouses, or seed germination problems.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I only found 40% of the indicators. Indicators not covered that I couldn't find were 0101, 301, 302, 401, 402, 501, 502, 602, and 702.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Commissioner Autry, I found that this one met, again, about 40% of the standards. Some standards were lacking, specifically financial standard 0202. It covered everything, but the terminology is different than what the curricular standard states.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3011. CEV 3011. CEV 3011 has received 1 yes vote and 9 no votes. I will turn your attention now to CEV bid number 3012. This is Ag AN 51 Natural Resources 1. Bid number CEV 3012. The floor is open.
This is Commissioner Mills. I found the content was grade appropriate and suitable for students with a varying degree of abilities. And its EL friendly activities could be adapted to low levels of English proficiency with just minimal changes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perry, I agree exactly what Ms. Mills said. The only thing that was weak, it did not mention the CTSO, which the teacher could incorporate themselves.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Seiss, all parts of the standards are covered through both the use of curriculum and hands-on activities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I would have liked to see more opportunities to evaluate soils that are specific to the state of North Carolina. That is something that would be required when they go to the next level and to be able to implement in the workforce.
Thank you.
Commissioner Vaughtlin, although it did support the minimum, I would have liked to seen more materials to include a variety of with the capstone activities.
Commissioner Blue, the material supports and promotes work-based learning experience.
Thank you. Are there any other comments for CEV 3012? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3012. CEV 3012 has received 10 yes votes. I'll turn your attention at this time to bid number CEV 3013. This is BFM BB40 Business Management 1. Again, bid number CEV 3013. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Autry, this bid number meets a large majority of the curricular standards, approximately 90%, and it was consistent with the North Carolina COS.
Thank you. Other comments?
Commissioner Seiss, the text directly correlates to the NCCTE content and provides relevant activities that support instruction.
Commissioner Vaughtlin, this was very strong in the area of accessibility for all.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, there are multiple project-based learning activities that require the use of higher order thinking skills as well in the applications of the skills that are introduced.
Commissioner Gadet, there were assessments to check for skill attainment as well.
Commissioner Ray, although there wasn't a lot of information for our EL population, there was a wonderful plan for our gifted and our EC learners.
Are there any other comments for CEV 3013? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3013. CEV 3013 has received 10 yes votes. We'll turn your attention to CEV 3014. This is BFM ME11 Entrepreneurship 1, bid number CEV 3014. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Perry. This curriculum seems to meet most of the standards, very in-depth information with real-world and global connection, critical thinking skills, and great vocabulary.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Mills. It is very in-depth and thorough and has a good variety of learning styles for everyone.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3014. 3014. CEV 3014 has received 10 yes votes. We'll turn your attention to CEV 3015, bid number CEV 3015. This is BFM M121 Fashion Merchandising. Again, that is bid number CEV 3015. The floor is now open.
Commissioner Seiss, the materials covered do provide content for the fashion merchandising course and objectives are present. However, the standard objectives are not met, and it would be hard to teach the course. This would be better suited as a supplemental material.
Commissioner Baldwin, I agree that it did not meet 30 of the standards.
Commissioner Blue, I agree that it would be best utilized as a supplement.
Commissioner Linker, some specific objectives that I couldn't find, and I spent a lot of time going through it. It was a little harder to navigate the way it's set up, how you had to go to different PowerPoints to find different information, so it was very scattered. But I was not able to find 2.01, 4.01, 4.02 at all, and then only parts of some of the other ones. But I could justify right at 50%.
Commissioner Autry, I agree with the previous comment. Basic North Carolina standard objectives were met in the majority of the standards, but it is very minimal and would need to be supplemented with materials.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3015. CEV 3015. CEV 3015 has received 1 yes vote and 9 no votes. 1 yes and 9 noes. We will move on to bid number CEV 3016. This is for BFM BF21 Financial Planning 1. Financial Planning 1. Again, bid number CEV 3016. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Blue, this resource covers all objectives for the course and is easily accessible. However, it does not go very deep. It's just very shallow.
Commissioner Perry, material is great. However, it doesn't fully aligned as a financial planning class. It's more geared towards personal finance, which is a difference. Finance also deals with investing in deeper measure of stock.
Commissioner Botman, material could have included more activities for differentiation to address the different learning styles.
Commissioner Austin, the slides and the lab activities were helpful and would be easily used for teachers.
Commissioner Autry, the slides were well designed and easy to understand. The lab activities reinforced the vocabulary, and the lab activities and the projects were also aligned to one another.
Commissioner Linker, there was also a wide variety of activities and review materials.
Are there any other comments for CEV 3016? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3016. CEV 3016 has received 6 yes votes and 4 no votes. We will turn our attention to bid number CEV 3017. CEV 3017 VFM MH 42 Hospitality and Tourism. The floor is now open for comments on CEV 3017.
Commissioner Seiss, all standards were met with relevant information. PowerPoints activities were very well laid out, and projects benefit all students and teachers.
This is Commissioner Mills. I found that the materials are well organized and they're easy to use. However, some of the PowerPoints do need to be updated.
Commissioner Perry, very nice curriculum that has many real world connections, especially in the hospitality tourism area.
Are there any other comments for CEV 3017? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3017. CEV 3017 has received 10 yes votes. We will turn your attention to CEV 3018, BFM MM51 Marketing. Again, bid number CEV 3018. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found that this submission covered 100% of the instructional indicators and includes opportunities for hands-on learning.
Commissioner Botwin, I thought this was very strong in the standards, and it also included a lot of activities.
Commissioner Perry, great hands-on activities to keep students engaged, and it also has a read aloud option for presentation.
Any other comments for CEV 3018? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3018. CEV 3018. CEV 3018 has received 10 yes votes. We will turn your attention to CEV 3019, bid number CEV 3019, BFM MA52 Marketing Applications. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, this resource covers majority of the curriculum. I would like to see an example of a marketing plan. A performance indicator does not appear to be considered in that resource.
Thank you. Other comments?
This is Commissioner Mills. I found that all content standards were included and the instructional strategies were age appropriate. However, there was no ability to have speech to text.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Commissioner Seiss, assessments made can prepare them for the VOCATs at the end of the year.
Additional comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CEV 3019, Marketing Applications. CEV 3019 has received 10 yes votes. At this time, I'll turn your attention to bid number CEV 3020. CEV 3020. This is CSIT BM20 Microsoft Excel. Bid number CEV 3020. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Gadet, standards are covered within the online content. The curriculum is challenging, yet covers the material in a user-friendly manner that kids can understand.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker. I also found that it covered all of the indicators 100%.
Thank you.
Commissioner Autry, I did find 100% of the standards that were met, and multiple concepts were found in multiple units. So there was some crossover there.
Commissioner Botland, the resources were well organized and easy to use.
Commissioner Perry, well-organized 21st century skills, well-organized material and 21st century skills can be obtained to assist in the job market. Also relates with FBLA competition.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, teaching strategies include customization strategies for classroom management, differentiation, common assessments, and vocabulary.
And Commissioner Austin, and that emphasis on vocabulary, graphic organizers, and other lesson materials will assist the EL learners.
Thank you. Any other comments? Hearing none, let's vote at this time for CEV 3020. CEV 3020. CEV 3020 has 10 yes votes. Thank you for that. Let's turn our attention to CEV 3021. This is for CSIT BM10 Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. Again, bid number CEV 3021. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Gadet, this does cover majority of our standards.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, the activities are consistent with building skills in future business leaders of America.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, the only center that I couldn't find was 02.01.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sayce, each lesson presents a class overview, which includes up-to-date technology, PowerPoints, videos, action plan, vocabulary, handouts, key concepts, and projects.
Commissioner Autry, I enjoyed seeing multiple application examples of within different units, such as working with tables, text boxes, graphics, creating letterhand, things like that.
Any other comments?
Commissioner Perry, it also supports applications that will help them for other classes and career readiness.
Thank you. Other comments? Hearing none, let's vote at this time on CEV 3021. CEV 3021. CEV 3021 has 10 yes votes. We will turn our attention at this time to CEV 3022. That is CD CC 45, Career Management. Again, bid number CEV 3022. The floor is now open for comments.
This text, Commissioner Ray, this text showed great respect for diversity, positively shown throughout the text.
This is Commissioner Mills. It seems that all standards were met and includes optional capstone activities. It supports CTSO activities and includes 21st century skills.
This is Commissioner Baldwin. The information was easy to access and it differentiated for multiple.
Thank you. Any additional information? Hearing none, let's vote at this time for CEV 3022. 3022. CEV 3022 has received 10 yes votes. Next, we have bid number CEV 3023. This is for FCS FM 41 Food and Nutrition 1. Again, that is bid number CEV 3023. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Gannett, this covers the content well. There's a variety of tools that were used and the videos were great.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Mills. It has special population strategies and the resources are well organized, easy to use.
Thank you.
Commissioner Austin, the autosave features and the technology available with this submission will be helpful for students.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, all lessons give step-by-step instruction and allows for review of them.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Autry, the content, materials, and videos that were included are delivered in a way that goes above and beyond what the learner may expect to learn.
Thank you. Other comments? Hearing none, we will vote at this time for CEV 3023. Bid number CEV 3023. CEV 3023 has received 10 yes votes. I'll turn your attention at this time to bid number CEV 3024. This is for FCS FM 42, Food and Nutrition 2. Again, that is bid number CEV 3024. The floor is now open for comments.
This is Commissioner Mills. It supports the 21st century learning. However, there's not a lot of diversity represented, and the text is a challenge to navigate and match our standards.
Commissioner Austin, the subtitles in the videos will be helpful for ELs.
Commissioner Baldwin, the information could have been organized more efficiently.
Commissioner Autry, the interactive elements in it, such as the student interactive notes, are easy to use, and the interactive activities did provide immediate feedback scoring.
Any other comments? Hearing none, we may vote at this time for CEV 3024. CEV 3024. We have 8 yes votes and 2 no votes for CEV 3024. I will turn your attention now to CEV 3025. Bid number CEV 3025 is for FCS FC11 Principles of Family and Human Services. The floor is now open for comments.
This is Commissioner Mills. That it did a great job of covering the life literacy part. ELL and EC students would be adequately challenged. However, it would need to have a more rigorous section for honors or your high achievers.
Commissioner Seiss, activities, worksheets, and projects were appropriate checks for understanding of the state course blueprint. Leadership, communication, collaboration activities, and social skills were specifically covered 21st century skills.
Commissioner Ray, most of the curriculum was covered, but it was very surface level. Did see that there were missing information on key leaders, building effective teams, and food management.
Any other comments about CEV 3025? Hearing none, you may vote at this time. Waiting on one more vote. Thank you. We have 8 yes votes and 2 no votes for bid number CEV 3025. Thank you all for that. We're going to move to bid number CEV 3026. Bid number CEV 3026. This is for HSHU 40 Health Science 1.
Commissioner Linker found that it did meet 90% of the instructional indicators. It did not cover HU 301.03. Specifically, it does not meet the American Heart Association or the American Red Cross CPR and first aid certification, and there was a significant error in the it is ABC instead of CAB, and it has 4 cycles instead of 5 cycles. All that is under that first responder, first section.
Commissioner Sice, I agree. Also in standard 1.03, the information is present, but it is incorrect.
Commissioner Perry agreed with what the other one said. Disappointed that it did not meet the Red Cross curriculum, certification due to career awareness and connection.
Commissioner Botland, the same sentiments, information was not error-free and not current.
Any other comments on this one? Hearing none, we may go ahead and vote on bid number CEV 3026. To pull it up, huh?
It's a tie. The chair break the tie. That she doesn't act.
No.
Huh?
No vote.
Can't vote, or you voted? It probably logged you out.
So I'm going to need him, but it will be a no.
Dr. McLean is going to vote nay. Hers is timed out. So rather than wait,
Yes,
take a break now because we're right at 10 o'clock.
it
And
is.
then we come
So
back
we
for
can take a
change of
break.
publisher.
That's right. It is. We're right at 10, and it will be a no vote for
Okay.
me.
So it would be a no for 2, 6. So at this point, we take a 15-minute break. Those of you online?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
CGL in both.
Commissioner Baldwin would like the air off. Commissioner Baldwin would like. Okay. Yes, just grab some.
I second that motion. Hate 'em what I have. This year, that seems like 90% of the bad ones is getting. Okay, so here's. She's like, no.
So we're going to go ahead and get started. If you'll just check online for me, if everyone has come back with us. Be sure we're fairly beginning together. If everyone will pull their microphones close to them again, we're going to get started with the same format. And we're going to begin with bid number CGLI 1100. CGLI 1100. This is from Cengage Learning Incorporated. We're going to begin with mathematics, pre-calculus. Bid number CGL 1100. CGL 1100. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Sice. Requires students to use higher order thinking, promotes critical thinking skills that are necessary, and has a rich variety among lessons and problems.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Austin, overall, the standards are met with at least 80%, and they are adequate in practice and explanation within the text.
Thank you. Other comments for CGL 1100?
Commissioner Linker, I found that it also met 80% as required. It is weak and does not do a thorough job of functions, the standards for functions, and the first two standards for algebra.
Are there other comments? Hearing no other comments, you may vote at this time for CGL 1100. CGL 1100 pre-calculus. Engage learning. Oh, so we need some time. Okay, let's pause. Let's give everyone a moment to get where we need to be. This is mathematics this time, so let's just take a moment. Hold on your vote. Everyone just sort of hold. Just a little technical difficulties. Everyone just be patient with us. Is everyone okay where we need to be and all? All right, let's go back just a little bit to just be fair and make sure, we've all covered. We just discussed briefly CGL 1100, that was pre-calculus with Cengage Learning. I want to just go back and take a moment. Are there any comments or anything that needs to be said about Cengage Learning pre-cal CGL 1100? It's made. Everyone clearly got to hear them, but I just want to not miss anyone. Let's go ahead and take that vote. But go ahead. You have not. All right, we received we received 10 yes votes for CGL 1100. We're going to move now to CGL 1101. CGL 01. This is also pre-cal. Floor is open for comments at this time.
Commissioner Blue, book is streamlined, organized, chapter, it's a summary, exercises, chapter test, and key.
Thank you. Comments? Other comments?
Commissioner Austin, the appendix also is helpful with the finding errors portion for detailed algebra fundamentals.
Commissioner Stace? It meets all criteria for the present standards. It promotes critical thinking and problem-solving skills as well.
Thank you. Comments for CGL 1101? Hearing none, please take your vote at this time. All right, there are 10 yes votes. 10 yes votes for CGL. The next bid number is CGL 3000. CGL 3000, this is for AG AS 31, Agricultural and Mechanics. You may have to, that's right, we're going to need a moment to get to that other screen. This is a CTE one by Cengage Learning. AG AS 31, Agricultural Mechanics 1 is the course. And the bid number is CGL 3000. Let's take a moment to get there. I now open the floor for comments.
Commissioner Gadet, this covers the curriculum well. It was missing the parliamentary procedures.
Thank you.
This is
Commissioner
Commissioner
Sace?
Mills. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Sace? Missing content also includes FFA, SAE, the parliamentary procedure skills, and public speaking skills.
Thank you. Other comments? Comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your vote at this time for CGL 3000. We need one more vote, please. One more vote. Thank you so very much. We have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. That is for CGL 3000. We will turn our attention now to bid number CGL 3001. This is also by Cengage Learning. This is AGAU 10 Agri-Science Applications. Bid number CGL 3000. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, there are a wide variety of activities and review lessons that are engaging and interactive. They work really well with the overall design of the course. Did notice that the text did not meet the objectives for agricultural mechanics in objective 6.02, and also struggled to find information about the standards for tools and safety for plant science, animal science, environmental science, and agricultural mechanics. Those objectives are 3.04, 4.04, 5.04, and 6.03.
Commissioner Baldwin and I would like to see an expansion of the for careers. The amount was a bare minimum.
This is Commissioner Mills. The glossary terms have both English and Spanish translations.
Thank you. Vince? Hearing none, you may go ahead and vote at this time for CGL 3001. Yes votes? That is for CGL 3001. We will move on to bid number CGL 3002. This is for AGAA 21 Animal Science 1. Again, bid number 3002. The floor is now open for comment.
This is Commissioner Mills. Videos that were embedded could not be slowed down, and there was not a video transcript.
Thank you.
Commissioner Autry, I found that this met about 70% standards. The appendix was actually a huge help in navigating.
Commissioner Seiss, this platform supports various learning styles by including flashcards, read aloud feature, glossary, note-taking section, study hub, and various assessments.
Commissioner Perry. Some of the content was not clear and was short in videos. However, it did cover most of the curriculum and was well with learning styles.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CGL 3002. CGL 3002 received 10 yes votes. We're going to move on to CGL 3003. This is for AG AP 41 Horticulture 1. CGL 3003. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner
This is
Seiss.
Commissioner Mills. Go ahead.
Commissioner Seiss, areas of weakness include organization was not in sync with the curriculum. State curriculum units were spread throughout multiple units, making it difficult to find information. This is an all online resource that requires internet, which makes printing resources for students very difficult.
Other comments?
This is Commissioner Baldwin. Although it did have vocabulary, there was some important terminology missed.
Other comments?
Commissioner Ray, some of the missing information was on the FFA organization, the terminology within parliamentary procedures. Didn't see an SAE, not enough information on botany. More complete information is needed on the growth of plant stages, missing micro nutrient information and fertilizers, and lacks depth in anatomy and life cycle of pets and diseases and viruses.
Commissioner Perry, with the previous commissioner's comments, the information is important, and have a hard time understanding why it was not in the area, because those are part of the curriculum and hands-on that deal in the classroom.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for bid number CGL 3003. CGL 3003. CGL 3007 has 3 yes votes, 7 no votes. Yes. 7 no. We will move on to CGL 3004. Bid number CGL 3004. This is for BFM MM51 marketing. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Gadet, majority of the standards covered.
Thank you.
This is Commissioner Mills. The resources did cover the majority of the content, like was said earlier. There's also lots of 21st century material there to prepare students for college as well as the workplace.
Commissioner Blue, the chapters are broken down with like DECA events, quizzes, case studies, and include a DECA focus with the 21st century success skills, I guess.
Thank you. Any other comments on this one? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CGL 3004. CGL 3004. CGL 3004 has received 10 yes votes. We will move on to bid number CGL 3005. This is for BFM BB40 Business Management. BFM BB40 Business Management. Again, bid number CGL 3005. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I did not find that it met 50% of the indicators, close but not quite there. I couldn't find 1.06, 3.01, 3.02, 3.03, 3.04, 3.05, 3.06, 3.07, 3.08. Actually, all of three. I just wanted to be specific and listed.
Commissioner Gadet, I ditto to Commissioner Linker, and this was also difficult to navigate as well.
Commissioner Perry, the content is not as strong as it should be, especially missing a whole unit for this curriculum. Some of the standards don't totally line up, and some of the resources are not easy to navigate.
Commissioner Autry, one positive point was that at the end of several chapters, there are career cluster activities which are focused on introducing students to those opportunities in business management and administration.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for CGL 3005. CGL 3005. We need one vote. Right. Votes. 10 votes. That was for CGL 3005. The next book by Cengage Learning will be that of CGL 3006. Bid number CGL 3006. BFM BA 10. Accounting 1. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, the textbook contains strategies for teaching students with learning disabilities, language barriers, academic giftedness, etc., and are listed at the front of the instructor edition.
Commissioner Baldwin, it meets most of the standards and information was relevant to the objective and the visual picture action.
Commissioner Autry, this bid had strong curricular alignment and was fully explained with a variety of materials, tags, visual aid, examples, and end of lesson reviews.
Commissioner Ray, each chapter has a mastery problem to be used as a mini capstone. Has many reinforcement activities and simulation packets to help reinforce student learning.
Commissioner Gadet, the textbook contains activities to use with QuickBooks, Excel, automated accounting software, which are used in real-world accounting.
Commissioner Blue, the not specifically speak to DECA or FPLA, and CTON are lacking.
Hearing none, you may vote at this time for bid number CGL 3006. CGL 3006. CGL 3006 has received 10 yes votes. Thank you. We're going to move on to CGL 3007. This is BFM BA10 Accounting 1. CGL 3007. The floor is now open.
This is Commissioner Linker. I did find that it met 100% of the instructional indicators. However, it is an introduction course and would have liked to have seen a little more on how to create a spreadsheet, which would be standard 1.
Commissioner Perry, I agree with the previous commissioner. Since the introduction course, it needs to ease in the material, especially as accounting is more challenging, but is a much needed field in the career. Much needed people in the career.
Other comments? Hearing none, we can go ahead and vote for CGL 3007. CGL 3000. CGL 3007 has received 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. From Cengage Learning, we will now look at bid number CGL 3008. This is for BFM BA20 Accounting 2. Bid number CGL 3008.
Commissioner Sayce, the objectives are covered through text, visual aids, examples, and working papers. There are also strategies for teaching students with learning disabilities, language barriers, and academic gifts.
Commissioner Baldwin, it meets most of the standards, and it contains content, methodology, and teaching strategies that are consistent with the objectives of the course.
Commissioner Perry, strategies for teaching students with learning disabilities, language barriers, and academic gifted are listed in the instructor's edition.
Commissioner Autry, a lot of the material is covered in various chapters. For example, the auditing techniques is throughout the book. There's not one single section devoted to that.
Commissioner Bloom, the application and mastery problems prepare students for FBLA and DECA CTSO event activities.
Any other comments? Hearing none, we may go ahead and vote on CGL 3008. Bid number CGL 3008. Ten yes votes for CGL. We will now look at bid number CGL 3009. This is for CSIT B112, Comp TIAIT Fundamentals. This is for bid number CGL 3009. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Safe. All objectives and standards were clearly covered in this textbook. The content is also very interactive. Materials are well prepared, and there's a good balance between reading, slide presentations, flashcards, labs, exam tips.
Commissioner Blue, the content is user-friendly, easy to understand. It's an integrated gradebook that could be useful if it can be integrated with PowerSchool.
Commissioner Baldwin, the content of the textbook is interactive. It does a great job of connecting scenarios.
Commissioner Autry, one of the weaker unit, or I guess standards, would be standard 7. Not a whole lot of information about database structures, and it focused on chapter 13, maintaining Windows, closest to that standard.
Commissioner Linkler, another area that need a little bit more covered more deeply would be in standard 1.07, 2.01, 2.03. It didn't cover the complete indicator, but it covered enough of it that I felt like I couldn't say it wasn't there, but it needed depth and a more wider coverage, different types of softwares.
Any other comments? With no other comments at this time, please go ahead and make your vote for bid number CGL 2009. Bid number CGL 3009 has received 10 yes votes. We will now turn our attention to bid number CGL 3010. This is CSIT-BP 14 Python Programming 1. This is also by Cengage Learning. This is bid number CGL 3010. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Linkler, I did find it met around 85%. I couldn't find anything for standard 302 or standard 304.
Commissioner Baldwin, content did not support integration of CTSO activities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, there were applicable case studies on MindTap.
Any other comments for CGL 3010? Hearing none, feel free to cast your vote at this time. CGL 3010 has received 7 yes votes and 3 no votes. We will turn our attention now to CGL 3011. This is for TTEI IT 30 Collision Repair Fundamentals. We open the floor for your comments at this time.
Commissioner Ray, it matches the curriculum very well, over 90% of the standards, but it's not kept up to date with the technologies, tools, and equipment that the students would need to know now.
Commissioner Sice. The quiz and test questions are confusing and not up to date with the current OEM recommended procedures and material manufacturers.
Commissioner Autry, it did have a high alignment with the curricular standards. The weakest link was probably behind explaining capital equipment.
Commissioner Linker, it met around I found around 90%, but I couldn't find anything for standard 12.02, 03, 04, or 5.
This is Commissioner Mills. As others have stated, the material has not kept up with the latest technology, tools, or equipment in the industry. It may be a good fit for the EC students, but not for L or regular students.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please cast your vote at this time. Bid number CGL 3011 has received 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. We will move on to bid number CGL 3012 by single. This is for course TTEI IL 55 HVAC R1. This is bid number CGL 3012. Floor is open for comments at this time.
Commissioner Sice. Material had a lot of out-of-date information and didn't have information on the new trends, concerns in grammatical errors, content errors, and program interactives that either freeze or were not working.
Commissioner Ray, when the learning videos and the interactive games were working, definitely some of the best that I've seen before.
Other comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your ballot for CGL 1012.
Looks like we have it.
Commissioner Perry, we can't hear anything, or y'all on a break?
We're waiting for the tie break. We have a tie. Dr. McLean is going to vote.
Thank you.
Nay for me. All right, we're ready? All right, we're going to move on to bid number CGL 3013. This is by Cengage Learning. It's TTEI IM61 Welding Technology 1. Welding Technology.
Commissioner Linker, I did find that it met 65 to 70% of the indicators. It did not cover, so I can read it, 7, 8, or 9. It did have a wide variety of activities, engaging videos and games. There were some concerns of specific errors that you might want to make sure is a little more error-free, considering that the areas the errors were in could lead to problems in errors later down. And a little bit of the information was maybe outdated.
Commissioner Autry, I did find that the safety information was up to date and current. There was pretty good use of the correct terms and vocabulary. However, the breadth of information was comprehensive and way more than what these standards actually require.
Commissioner Baldwin did have very good video demonstration to cover the standards.
Commissioner Perry, some of the material was more difficult to navigate and takes a lot to get into the area. The good set of material that it goes along with the videos.
Commissioner Blue, all materials are at an appropriate reading level, allows for students to build on prior knowledge, engage with the material in a participatory learning exercise.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and place your vote for CGL 3013. We have 10 votes cast yes for CGL 313. We will move on to CGL 3014. This is for HSHU 40, Health Science 1, bid number CGL 3014. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, it covered the curriculum well. There were excellent graphics and check yourself activities that would be great for chunking and redirecting for any students that might have those.
Commissioner Seiss covers the standards completely with great resources, supplemental activities, and the assessments gives instructors excellent tools.
Commissioner Autry, to elaborate a little bit more on that, the test banks and the chapter questions were great resources for the instructor.
Any other comments for CGL 3014? Hearing none, you may cast your ballot. Time. Ten yes votes for CGL 3014. We're going to move along and go back to your math tab. Time. We will pull up bid number CLI 1100. Give everyone a moment to get there. The publisher is still Carnegie Learning Incorporated. We will address math. Courses 9 through 12, NC Math, High School Math Solutions, Integrated Math, bundled with High School Math Solutions Integrated Math 1, High School Math Solution Integrated Math 2, and High School Math Solution Integrated Math 3. CLI, bid number CLI 1100. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, the following standards were not presented either at all or in its entirety in the materials: A-SSE.1B, A-REI.1, A-REI.6, A-REI.10, F.F-IF.2, F.IF.8B, F-IF.9, F-BF.1B, F-LE.3, F-LE.5, G-GPE.5, and G-GPE.6.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, just a point of clarification, are we looking at one particular course right now? Because I noticed that we have the bid 1100A. So are we just looking at the Math 1 course at this time?
Can I speak to that?
Please.
They bundled it together, so this is the one we talked about a long time ago.
Yes.
Because they bundled it together, it has to meet each separately to be considered as a whole.
Okay.
So if it has to meet Math 1 and Math 2 and Math 3 to be considered.
So
if it didn't meet all three,
Okay,
then it would be a no because they bundled it together.
okay, so when we do our vote, we have three separate places to
It's-
vote? Correct. So if the vote is yes, you would put yes in all three. If the vote is no, you would put no in all three, correct?
That's the way we had talked about it. It's gonna vote once though. I thought we were just gonna have the one number. See. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Mhm.
But it would need to be consistent for all three, A, B, and C. It's not gonna like dump them together. So yes, consistent for, we will need
Okay.
to vote on all three the same.
Correct.
And that was so that's a programming glitch.
Right.
Because the criteria sheets don't line up exactly the
Yes.
same. So,
Understood.
so that, but if you felt like it met all of math one's, all the criteria in one, if you would say yes for math one, and you would say yes for math two, and you would say yes for math three, then you would put yes for all three. But if you were to say no for any of those three, then you would put no for all three, A, B, and C.
Okay, okay. Thank you
that-
for that clarification.
Is, the commission members online clear with that? You can see me talking.
Commissioner Perry, yes, all clear.
Is everyone clear on that? So we're voting now. PLI, they all have the same.
Okay, so just related to math one then, Commissioner Ray, there's, because the majority, because it's three different groups, there's a lot of additional information that is not needed, with little encouragement for enhancing math through technology.
Anybody else want to speak to math two?
Commissioner Autry, specific to 1100, there was higher curricular alignment, 90%, but there was minimal information for reverse variation functions, as well as GCO7.
What about math three?
Commissioner Sice, 89.4% of Math 3 standards were in the material and linked in the correlation guide. Does a good job of relating real world and having students justify reasonings of themselves and examples in the book.
Commissioner Baldwin, to follow up with that, the lessons are easy to follow and will explain and then go alongside with the textbook.
It's about 2 or 3. Does everyone understand this vote is going to be taken? Bid number CLI for A. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Eight yes. 2. The next one, CLI 1100B. Third section of that would be C.
Commissioner Perry, the sound wasn't good. What did you say?
We were just doing part C of that, and the vote turned out exactly the same as the first two, with 8 yes votes and 2 no votes. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go on to, it's still by Carnegie Learning, bid number CLI 3000. CLI 3000. This is from Carnegie Learning. This is HS HU40 9 through 12 Health Sciences 1. Bid number CLI 3000. Floor is open for comments. Yes. Gotta go CT. Thank you for that.
This is Commissioner Mills. It seems to support all standards fairly well except 1.03. There's no mention or no evidence to support CPR and or first aid training. So there is a mention of first responder, but not enough to completely teach that standard.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Ray, I found that it meets 92.3% of the curriculum. Special populations and EL guidance are given, and there is great diversity shown in the case studies. For example, transgender is given as an example under the reproductive unit.
Commissioner Baldwin provides in-depth coverage with the standards, easy to use, thorough, and easy to understand presentations and activities.
Commissioner Gadet, the study guides and vocabulary are a benefit for EC students, and the student workbook is chunked appropriately.
Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your vote. CLI 3000. Bid number CLI 3000 received 10 yes. Switch gears to CompuScholar. Bid number is 3000 for CSIT. TIAIT fund. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Gadet, the resources does a good job of covering the material through video and text.
Commissioner Sice, main concepts support over 50% of the objectives. Content, methodology, instructional levels, and teaching strategies are consistent with the course objective.
This is
Commissioner
Commissioner
Baldwin.
Mills. Could you repeat the bid? We couldn't hear it.
Let's get a little bit closer to our microphones if we could. Difficulty hearing. Go right ahead. I'm sorry. I cut someone off.
Commissioner Baldwin, I think she's asking for the bid number.
The bid number?
Exactly. We can't hear you. The bid number.
CPS 3000.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Baldwin, again, all objectives are clearly covered through the website and chapters within the lessons and activities as a whole.
Commissioner Blue, the content was versatile in that students with different learning styles and abilities would be able to learn from these materials.
Commissioner Ray, the instruction level seems to be geared more towards the middle school than the high school. However, the content standards did meet the high school content standards. So that would make this a good book for students that struggle in the classroom, no matter what their struggle might be.
Any other comments? Again, this is bid number CPS 3000. Hearing no comments, let's go ahead and take a vote at this time. We're waiting on one more vote. Thank you so very much. We have received 10 yes votes. We will move on now to bid number CPS 3001. This is by publisher CompuScholar as well. This is for 9 through 12, CSIT BP 14, Python Programming 1. Bid number CPS 3001. The floor is open for comments.
This is Commissioner Mills. There's teacher guides and answer keys with each lesson. However, I could not locate a read aloud option for students with disabilities.
Commissioner Autry, most chapters include lots of detailed examples and chances for application and practice.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, feel free to vote at this time. This is for bid number CPS 3001. Thank you. Bid number CPS 3001 has 10 affirmative votes. I'm going to move to publisher eDynamic Learning at this time. The bid number up first is EDL 3000. EDL 3000. This is Ag AU 10 Agri-Science Applications 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3000. The floor is open for comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, ultimately, there was just not enough correlating content to the instructional guide, despite what the standard guide suggests.
Commissioner Autry, I agree. To give a specific example, SAE is brought up at 7 lesson 4, but it doesn't go into detail several other concepts like that were briefly mentioned.
Thank you. Are there others? Hearing none, we may vote at this time for EDL 3000. EDL 3000 has 1 yes vote and 9 no votes. Thank you for that. We will move on to EDL 3001. EDL 3001. This is for Ag AP 41, Horticulture 1 for grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3001. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Sice, the information was not to the level it should be for high school students. It seemed more appropriate for middle school students. And the only criteria that was actually met was for sexual and asexual propagation.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, the resource was not user-friendly, nor was it easy to navigate.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, feel free to vote at this time. We're voting on EDL 3001. EDL 3001 has 10 no votes. We will move along to EDL, bid number EDL 3002. EDL 3002. This is also by eDynamic Learning, Ag, AN 51, Natural Resources, 1 for grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3002. The floor is open for your comment.
Commissioner Sice, just to kind of go off of what Commissioner Linker just said, it does a good job of covering forestry and forestry management. However, it does not cover reproduction of forests, types of cutting, various ways to measure tree diameter or height, and the identification of specific North Carolina tree species.
Thank you. The comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for bid number EDL 3002. Bid number EDL 3002 has received 10 no votes. We will move along to bid number EDL 3003. This is for BFM BB 30 Business Law for grades 9 through 12. The floor is now open for bid number EDL 3003.
Commissioner Perry. The book lacks a lot of the standards, including court systems, trials, bankruptcy, consumer law, estates. Not for sure if this is appropriate for this particular class because it doesn't cover all standards.
Thank you. Commissioner Linker, please proceed.
Standards I could not find were 1.1, 1.03, 3.01, 3.02, 4.0, 5.01, 5.02, and 6.03.
Thank you. Other comments?
As a point of clarification, the business law curriculum for NCCTE is divided up into 60% business law and 40% personal law. So this text is inconsistent with the state objectives in that it's written primarily as a business law text.
Thank you for that. Other comments? Hearing none, please cast your vote at this time. We have 2 yes votes and 8 no votes for bid number EDL 3003. We will move along to the next bid at eDynamic Learning. It is bid number EDL 3004 for BFM BB40 Management 1 for students in grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3004. The floor is open for your comments at this time.
Commissioner Sice, this book was missing critical information on customer service, social media, HR, onboarding, social cultural differences, and brand identity.
Commissioner Botwin, most of the standards did go above 50%. However, did not provide formative assessments and critical thinking sections to support student learning.
Are there other comments? Hearing none, you may cast your vote at this time for bid number EDL 3004. Another tie, if you give me a moment. Right along to EDL 3005. EDL 3005. This is also by eDynamic Learning, BFM, and Entrepreneurship 9 through 12. EDL 3005, the floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Perry. Commissioner Perry, a lot of great material with real world connections, business like, and it has material that is aligned with the standards.
Commissioner Austin, I concur. And one addition that is current in learning trends is the addition of a podcast.
Commissioner Ray, each section had a midterm, or the submission had a midterm and a final, and project-based learning guide was very impressive.
Commissioner Blue, extra teacher resources for EC supports are needed.
Commissioner Godet, there were lots of 21st century material for preparing students with the vision of future jobs.
Any other comments? Hearing none, go ahead and cast your ballot for bid number EDL 3005. Ten yes votes. We will move on to bid number EDL 3006. It's also by eDynamic Learning, BFM, MH42, Hospitality and Tourism. The floor is open for comments on EDL 3006.
Commissioner Linker, I did find that it met 75% of the instructional indicators. The standards that I could not find were 2.03, 3.02, 5.01, and 5.02.
Commissioner Autry, I found about the same percentage alignment, about 75%. I did note that a few things stuck out to me, such as each unit in Standard 4 having a section dealing with customer service skills that had scenario-based examples.
Commissioner Vaughtlin needed more college and career opportunities.
Other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take a vote on bid number EDL 3006. This received 10 yes votes. We will move on to bid number EDL 3007. This is also by eDynamic Learning, BFM, MM51 Marketing for grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3007. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss did not see any integration of CTSO activities, work-based learning, or college career opportunities.
Commissioner Ray, this was a very interactive textbook that provides the marketing information that you would need to teach that course.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number EDL 3007. EDL 3007 has received 10 yes votes. We will do one more book prior to being released for lunch. This will be bid number EDL 3008. This is CSIT BI 12 Comp TIA IT Fundamentals for grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3008. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seiss, note that the publisher used NCSCOS BI 10 Foundations of Information Technology for the correlations instead of NCSCOS BI 12 Comp TIA IT Foundations.
Any other comments?
Commissioner Perry, to follow up, yes, we need to make sure that it supposed to go along with foundations of information technology versus someone might have it mixed up with Word, PowerPoint, and that would need to be straightened out.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot for bid number EDL 3008. We have 7 yes and 3 no votes for EDL 3008. This will conclude our morning session for considerations. We will meet back in here at 1 p.m. We will get started right at 1. So it is time for lunch. Do we have some instructions for lunch? So we'll see you back in here and we will get started right at 1 o'clock. Thank you. see if we can make up the time. Our very first bid this afternoon is bid number EDL 3009. EDL 3009 is from Dynamic Learning. This is CSIT BM40 Microsoft Access for grades 9 through 12. Bid number EDL 3009. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found that the materials met 100% of the instructional indicators.
Commissioner Seiss, it does an excellent job in relating software to real-life work situations, and the critical thinking activities support 21st century skills.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may vote at this time for bid number EDL 3009. Waiting on one more vote. All right, there we have it. EDL 3009 has 10 yes votes. Thank you for that. We will move on to EDL 3010. This is also by eDynamic Learning. CSIT BM20 Microsoft Excel for grades 9 through 12. Bid number EDL 3010. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Perry, materials that are provided have excellent information and matching images. It all connects to real life and work situations. The only thing that was seen was no connection, no listed CTSO.
Commissioner Autry, I did find 100% of the standards were met, as well as images, text, and audio provided.
Commissioner Baldwin, the content and teaching strategies support the indicators and objectives.
Commissioner Blue, this resource does an excellent job in relating software to real.
Are there any other comments for EDL 3010? Hearing none, you may go into the system and cast your vote at this time for EDL 3010. EDL 3010 has 10 yes votes. We will move along to bid number EDL 3011, CSIT BM10 Microsoft Word and PowerPoint for grades 9 through 12. EDL 3011. The floor is open for your comments at this time.
Commissioner Linker, I only found 35% of the instructional indicators met. I'm not going to list them because basically this is a course. The course is for Microsoft Word and PowerPoint, and this particular source only addresses PowerPoint, does not address any of the Word standards.
Other comments?
Commissioner Sice, I second that. This course is a PowerPoint course, does not meet the standards for PowerPoint alone, does not match indicators for Word.
Commissioner Ray, I made a note that if this particular textbook was used in conjunction with the following bid, that the two together would in fact meet the requirements for the course, but this text as a standalone does not meet the requirement.
Commissioner Baldwin, so it would, I agree, would need to be a supplemental source to the previous bid.
Commissioner Perry, I agree. It needs to be a supplemental source along with the Word source that will be used. Majority of the course is Word with a smaller percentage of covering PowerPoint, if you would be mindful of that.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please move to place your vote. We are voting on bid number EDL 3011. Bid number 3011 has 1 yes vote and 9 no votes. Bid number 3011. We're going to move on to bid number 3012. This is also by eDynamic Learning, C, SIT BM10, Microsoft Word and PowerPoint for grades 9 through 12. Bid number EDL 312. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Sice, the content and teaching strategies that support the indicators and objectives were only consistent with Microsoft Word, but were not consistent with Microsoft PowerPoint. For Word, all objectives were met except for 2.06 macros.
Are there others?
Commissioner Linker, I couldn't find anything that was addressed 1.04, which is inserting and managing tables and lists, or 2.07, which is managing customer lists and creating mailings. Both should be covered under the Word objectives.
Other comments? Hearing none, please cast your vote at this time. EDL 3012. Something must be stuck. Waiting on just one more. That's why it was stuck. just a moment. Tie, EDL 3012. We will now move to bid number EDL 3013. This is from eDynamic Learning as well, CSIT BN20 Network Administration, 1 for grades 9 through 12. Bid number EDL 3013. Floor is open for your comments.
This is Commissioner Austin. The submission meets about 70% of the standards. An area that more depth is needed is in media converters and wireless range extenders.
This is Commissioner Baldwin. Most of the specific objectives in the competency TIA N10007 exam were not properly covered in the material.
Will there be other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote at this time for bid number EDL 3013. We're waiting on one more vote. Yes, for the audio, we now have 6 yes and 5 no. 6 yes and 5 no. But it collected. All right, we're going to move on to EDL 3014, CSIT BP 14 Python Programming 1, grades 9 through 12, bid number 3014, EDL 3014. Floor is open for your comment.
Commissioner Seiss, this does not meet 7 out of 12 standards. Standards include 1.02, 2.01, 2.02, 3.01, 3.02, 3.03, and 3.04.
Commissioner Austin, it would be hard for EC students to navigate through this submission because they would have to go back and forth through numerous pages to get to find all of the relevant vocabulary.
Commissioner Autry, I noted that it does cover about 40% of standards, but some of that information is spread out throughout different units or lessons, so it is difficult in that sense.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote at this time. This is for bid number EDL 3014. We have 10 no votes. We're going to move on to bid number EDL 3015, CSIT BP 16 Python Programming 2 for students in grades 9 through 12. Floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, Commissioner Ray did not meet the following objectives: 1.01, 1.02, 1.03, 2.01, 2.02, 3.02, 4.02, 5.01, 5.02, 5.03, 6.01, and 6.02. The information for the other objectives provided would not be sufficient for students to be able to pass their certification test.
Other comments?
Commissioner Linker, I found the same things lacking.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number EDL 3015. Bid number 3015 has 10 no votes. We're going to move on to bid number EDL 3016, FCS FC11 Principles of Family and Human Services for grades 9 through 12. Bid number EDL 3016. The floor is open for discussion.
Commissioner Seiss, this is missing 50% of the curriculum to include apparel, finance, housing, and culinary.
Commissioner Baldwin, advisors did have high praise for the organization of the text. However, it was missing 50% of the curriculum.
Commissioner Autry, this would be supplemented in, for example, 3.03, the sections of housing and apparel design is lacking.
Any other comments? If not, feel free to go ahead and cast your vote at this time. We're voting on bid number EDL 3016. We have 2 yes votes and 8 no votes. For bid number EDL 3016. We will move to EDL 3018 by eDynamic Learning, HS HB11 Biomedical Technology for grades 9 through 12. Again, bid number EDL 3018. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Linker, I didn't find that it met any of the instructional indicators.
Commissioner Godet, additionally, our EC would struggle with the adaptability, flexibility, and testing modifications of this program as well.
Are there any other comments?
Commissioner Autry, I think it's important to note that the textbook video demonstrated literacy enhancement features like reading along, translations, dictionaries, picture dictionaries, highlighters, but were unavailable text.
Additional comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote at this time for EDL 3018. Bid number EDL 3018 has 10 no votes. That concludes that particular section for eDynamic Learning. We will now turn your attention to Harcourt. The first bid for them is GW 3000. This is for FCS FA31 Apparel Textile Production 1. Again, bid number GW 3000. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seif. Every chapter has an FCCLA connection. 21st skills are also incorporated throughout.
Commissioner Ray, there's not a lot of work-based learning opportunities.
Commissioner Godet, it does cover the material.
Other comments?
Commissioner Blue, the Did You Know sections were great. Resources are easy to find and use, and visuals were well done. Great for ECS and EC students.
Thank you. Any others? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot for bid number GW 3000. I'm in need of one more vote, please. We have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote for bid number GW 3000. We will move on to the second Good Heart Textbook, GW 3001, TTEI IT30 Collision Repair Fundamentals, bid number GW 3001. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Baldwin covers material well at 85%. Teacher resources strong and resources aligning Canvas. Positive reviews for the EC and EL advisors.
Commissioner Perry, I agree with the previous commissioner. It also has career readiness. It also has CTSO activity connection.
Commissioner Blue, this resource is kept up to date with the technologies, tools, and equipment that is important for students to be prepared for the job market or secondary studies.
Thank you. Will there be others? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number GW 3001. Bid number GW 3001 has 10 yes votes. Moving right along, we'll head to GW 3002, TTEI IT31 Collision Repair 1. Bid number GW 3002. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Autry, this bid had 100% curricular alignment.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sice, this textbook does provide the necessary preparation for college opportunities and CTSO activities. It is very accurate also to the latest technologies in collision repair.
Commissioner Gadet, this text also does provide some good ideas and plans for EC and EL students.
Commissioner Blue, the teacher provide very good supports for both online and printed resources and materials. Teacher notes include specifications for EL and EC students.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our vote for GW 3002. Bid number GW 3002 has 10 yes votes. Continuing with Goodhart Wilcox, bid number GW 3003, G, SIT, BI 12, Comp TIA IT Fundamentals. Again, bid number GW 3003. The floor is open for your comments. Again, we want to hear from everyone, please.
Commissioner Baldwin, the textbook is presented in digital format. However, two main objectives are not included in the textbook: computer programming and databases.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, a study guide version with the questions and fill in the blank, lab manual with instructions to complete basic tasks, and an instructor version with lesson plans, answer keys, and slide presentations are available.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for GW 3003. We have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote for bid number GW 3003. We'll move on to GW 3004, BFM ME11 Entrepreneurship 1. Again, bid number GW 3004. Please give your comments at this time.
Commissioner Perry. Textbook does not cover all standards. Very watered down material. It does have opportunities for students to have some connection with the real world. This could be a good resource for lower learners.
Commissioner Seiss, CTSO connections were made with DECA and FBLA.
Commissioner Linker, I was able to find 100% of the objectives indicators met.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please cast your vote for GW 3004. Bid number GW 3004 has 8 yes votes and 2 no votes. Up next will be bid number GW 3005 TTEI IC 61 Drafting 1. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seiss, the CAD portion is too generic for lessons in CAD. Information missing related to the direct practice in AutoCAD. The correlating text pages do not align in ascending order based on the required standards.
Commissioner Baldwin, this textbook is a little bit outdated.
Commissioner Blue, this text covers all of standards 1 through 3, but is lacking on standard 4.
Mr. Austin, and going into standard 4, it really needs to have the shapes that the students can make in CAD software.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot. Bid number GW 3005 has 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. We will move on to GW 3006, BFM MI21 Fashion Merchandising by Goodhart Wilcox. Again, bid number GW 3006. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found that it met 100% of the instructional indicators.
Commissioner Sice. Key terms are defined and described with examples. Each chapter of the book has review questions which encourage students to think critically, and fashion in action, which gives many activities, including capstone activities, to use to support teaching content in multiple learning styles.
Commissioner Baldwin, textbook is updated, current, and diverse with good questioning throughout.
Commissioner Autry, key terms are found in the chapters and they're defined, but they're also described with examples.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot for bid number GW 3006. All right, bid number GW 3006 has 10 yes votes. We're moving on to GW 3007, BFM BF21 Financial Planning 1. Floor is open for your comments on bid number GW 3007.
Commissioner Perry, textbook does not provide in-depth knowledge and information connected to the North Carolina standards.
Commissioner Linker, I found 80% of the instructional indicators. I could not find anything for 101 and 405. And also, I couldn't find any capstone project included.
Commissioner Sice, there are no assessments, videos, or internet activities to help students gain the knowledge needed for financial planning in the business sector.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for GW 3007. We have 1 yes vote and 9 no votes for bid number GW 3007. Moving on to bid number GW 3008, FCS FN 41 Food and Nutrition 1 by Goodhart Wilcox. Please give your comments at this time.
Commissioner Sice, the text offered critical thinking and problem-solving activities along with career readiness practice. This text is 100% aligned with our state blueprint.
Commissioner Baldwin, the text met 95% of the standards and very good information presented in the chapter regarding what food choices should be as it related to the material.
Commissioner Blue, there's an overuse of too many different font styles and italics. Italics are used unnecessarily throughout the text, making the text more difficult. English language. See students.
Commissioner Autry, to echo the concerns about text, visually, there was a lot of text on the same page. It should have been broken down a little, some graphs and different visual items.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number GW 3008. Bid number GW 3008 has 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. Moving on to bid number GW 3009, FCS FN 42, Foods and Nutrition 2. Will you give your comments at this time?
Commissioner Ray, using the same text for both Foods 1 and Foods 2 would be of great benefit. And so for that reason, this is a great textbook to have as it covers both of the curriculum well.
Commissioner Cadet, the materials are consistent and aligned to the standards, and those 21st century skills are utilized in the text.
Commissioner Linker, the only instructional indicator that I could not find was 3.0.01. I found it's included.
Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our vote for GW 3009. Bid number GW 3009 has 10 yes votes. Moving on to bid number GW 3010, AGAP 41, Horticulture 1, by Goodhart Wilcox. Please give your comments at this time.
Commissioner Autry, this covered about 90% of the standards. It did cover the SAE model, but it was the model, and it had all of the information, but it was spaced out text.
Is there anything anyone else would like to add?
Commissioner Linker, the only standards I could not find were 2 and 2.02. I concur that it was about 90%.
Thank you. Other comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your ballot for GW 3010. Bid number 3010 received 10 yes votes. Moving on to bid number GW 3011, BFM MH42 Hospitality and Tourism by Goodhart Wilcox. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, while it's visually appealing and has good activities, it does not cover the curriculum for that course.
Commissioner Sice, CTSO connections were made with DECA and FBLA. Their critical thinking skills through activities, college and career beyond with capstones for
Commissioner Baldwin agreeing with the previous commissioner that it did not cover most of the standards, and standards that they did cover were very brief.
Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our votes. Bid number GW 3011 has 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. Thank you for that. We'll move on to GW 3012. HSHU 40 Help Sciences 1 by Goodhart Wilcox is up next. The floor is open for GW 3012. We'll have your comments at this time.
Commissioner Linker, I found 90% of the indicators met. I could not 1.3.
Commissioner Baldwin, excellent coverage of curriculum, amazing text with great supplemental activities and a workbook.
Commissioner Sice, very clear and concise explanation of concepts, good use of visuals.
Commissioner Austin, the concepts are scaffolded to incorporate students' achievement, and it will be useful for both formative and summative assessment.
Commissioner Blue, content engages students in their exploration and understanding of the HSC careers in diagnostic services, therapeutic services, and biomedical technology. Content reflects the most recent industry standards for healthcare.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot for GW 3012. GW 3012 has 10 yes votes. Thank you for that. We will move on to bid number GW 3013, BFM, MM51, Marketing. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Gadet, this text met 70% of the curriculum, and it's visually appealing as well.
Commissioner Blue, the book did a great job explaining these standards in context. CTSO connections were made with DECA and FBA.
No other comments? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and cast your votes. GW 3013 has received 10 yes votes. All right, moving along to GW 3014, TTEIIC 21, Carpentry 1 by Goodhart Wilcox. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Autry, I found that this bid majority of standard alignment. It might have been basic, but it was covered.
Commissioner Gadet, the ebook was easy to navigate, and evidence of a workbook appears to be engaging, and there were many forms of assessment.
Commissioner Blue, there are references to Skills USA and documentation of how to tie Skills USA back into content of what students are learning.
Commissioner Baldwin, EC modifications are there, but they are difficult to find.
Commissioner Ray, performance tasks do not accumulate into a capstone, and the textbook is over 900 pages long.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our votes. All right, bid number GW 3014 has 10 yes votes. Moving along to GW 3015, TTEI IC41 Electrical Trades. The floor is open for your comments. Bid number GW 3015.
Commissioner Seiss, the textbook does follow general and current accepted electrical education guidelines, but does not prepare a student for the NCCER certification test.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, teacher notes include specifications for EL and EC students. Opportunities for partner work and collaboration are also evident in the source.
Commissioner Mills, since proof of learning for this course is passing NCCER, you would have to have a supplemental text to ensure that.
Commissioner Autry, I second that. The NCCER certification goes much deeper than what this textbook provided.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot at this time. Bid number GW 3015 has received 2 yes votes and 8 no votes. Our next bid number is bid number GW 3016. AG AN 51 Natural Resources 1 by Goodhart Wilcox. The floor is open for your comments on bid number GW 3016.
Commissioner Linker, I found roughly 80%, not quite 80% of the indicators met. It was lacking 1.01, 1.02, and 2.02.
Thank you.
Commissioner Botwin, it covers 80% of the curriculum. However, it lacks information on parliamentary procedure and public speaking skills.
Other comments? Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballots at this time for bid number GW 3016. Bid number 3016 has 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. Moving on to GW 3018 FCS FM43 Food Science and Technology by Goodhart Wilcox. The floor is open for your comments. Bid number GW 3018.
Commissioner Seiss, this bid hits 85% of the standards. Standards not addressed were 3.04, 4.04, and 5.04.
Commissioner Blue, I agree with Commissioner Seiss. Objectives that the material did not address 3.04, 4.04, and 5.04, which address tools and safety practices in plant science, animal science, and environmental sciences.
Other comments? Anything else? Hearing no other comments, will you please go ahead and cast your ballot for bid number GW 3018. I need one more vote, please.
This is Commissioner Autry. I just wanted to clarify that we are on GW 3017 because I think it was 3018 that was stated. Just to make sure everybody is on GW 3017.
So which one are we on?
Jump from 16 to 18. So that is an error because I did call 18. That's what I have. I have I'm jumping from 16 to 18 on my sheet. So I've made that error.
But just for clarification, everyone did
We need-
discuss 317,
So
correct?
we need to go back and I need to recall it and let's make sure we're voting on the right thing because I called 18. So for the sake of clarification, you're voting on 3017. This vote is for 3017. I'm assuming GW 3017, and I have no idea what it's called, so someone is going to need to call it. It's not on my sheet. That's okay. But if someone would just read it, so we're real clear for the record. Need to be fair to Goodhart Wilcox and for the record.
I've got it. GW 3017 was Principles of Agriculture Natural Resources.
Thank you so much for that. And the vote is for 3017. Comments for 3017. Okay, so for the record, for those who are listening virtually, the comments were for 3017 in the room. Were your comments? Did anyone speak virtually that time? So the comments in the room were for 3017. Okay? This vote is for 3017. Very good. Thank you all. There are 10 votes, and all 10 votes are affirmative. They're yes. This votes for 3017. Now we will go to GW 3018, FCS FN 43, Food Science and Technology. Goodhart Wilcox. GW 18. Comments, please.
Commissioner Austin, the submission meets 100% of the standards required for this course.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blue, the text has a check your understanding, critical thinking, core skill, and STEM connection activities that extend for student learning.
Are there any other comments for GW 18?
Commissioner Austin, the text spirals so that when one concept is explained, it is built upon in future chapters.
Any other comments? All right, hearing none, let's cast our vote for GW 3018. Food Science and Technology, Goodhart Wilcox. GW 18. think I need one more vote, please. Is someone having difficulty with their technology by any chance? Only 9 votes cast. Someone could be using.
Take a 5-minute.
Recess.
Commissioner Harry? Have you voted for 3018? GW 3018?
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we've received 10 yes votes. Thank you. We can now move on to GW 3019, Principles of Family and Human Services. We will take your comments at this time.
Commissioner Seiss, the correlation sheet contains some objectives twice with different objective numbers and included the old objectives that are no longer a part of the curriculum.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, there were no technology activities linked to these objectives in the textbook, and I also agree with the previous commissioner.
Thank you. Are there any other comments for GW 3019?
Commissioner Linker, I did find 60%, but I did not find reason why. 1.02, 2.01, 2.02, 3.01.
Are there any other comments to share on GW 3019? Hearing none, let's go ahead and take a vote on Principles of Family and Human Services, GW 3019. Thank you, everyone. We have 6 yes votes and 4 no votes for GW 3019. Moving on to GW 3020, BFM BB40 Business Management 1. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Ray, there are diverse activities that can be used to scaffold the learning objectives, such as critical thinking questions, check for understanding questions at the end of each reading section, and more.
Commissioner Blue, well, I agree with the previous commissioner. Discussion questions are how we're thinking. And the students will have opportunity to apply activities provided.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Commissioner Blue, there's a lot of text on each page, which could be ever students with disabilities.
Commissioner Seiss, we did not find any activities or projects relating to work-based learning, and there were no CTSO integrations.
Any other comments? If not, let's go ahead and vote on GW 3020. Right, we need one more vote. Thank you so much. We have 7 yes votes and 3 no votes. And that's for GW 3020. Our next text for School to Career by Goodhart Wilcox is GW 3021 CDCC 45 Career Management. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found 100% of the standards were.
Commissioner Blue, the content is relevant and builds on students' prior knowledge.
Commissioner, this bid offered e-flashcards, post-test QR codes, environmentally aware, having go green sections as well.
Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote on GW 3020.
Commissioner McLean, just want to clarify that we're voting on GW, that 3021.
3021. 3021. 21. My apologies. We have 10 yes votes. And now for GW 3022, TT IM 61, Welding Technology 1. Welding Tech 1, GW 3022. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found that it met 100% of the indicators. I would like to note that it also aligns with the AWS certification, but it does not offer a lot of CTSO examples outside of construction industry itself.
Commissioner Ray, there were soft skills and math that were embedded throughout the book. So it has great cross-curricular connections.
Commissioner Baldwin, agreeing with the previous commissioner, and also it has website companion that was a strength as well.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your vote for GW 3022. 3022. Ten yes votes for GW 3022. We now need to go to the math area again. To our math resources for open up resources. Give you a moment to get there. Our first bid number is OUR 1100. OUR 1100. And this is for NC Math 1 by Open Up Resources. This is an Open Up High School Mathematics Course 1. Commissioner Linker, are these bundled together or are these separate?
No.
These are separate. Okay, very good. So we're going to take these one at a time as well, but they are all separate. So OUR, bid number OUR 1100, NC Math 1. We'll wait. Just let me know when we're ready. Very good. All right. OUR 1100, NC Math 1. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Austin, Open Up High School Mathematics Course 1 meets over 80% of the standards and in the criteria review. The practice problems spiral throughout the entire text and through multiple units. The greatest thing is that they reinforce the key concepts and vocabulary.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, there are in the teacher's guide support for students and student misconceptions in each lesson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Seiss, the following standards were not met. A-SSE.1A, A-APR.1, A-CED.1, A-REI.10, F-IF.1, F-IF.8B, and S-ID.6C.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cadet, the materials are thorough in helping students continually draw conclusions and see connections throughout the text.
Commissioner Baldwin, there are also a variety of tasks that students are able to connect to.
Commissioner Austin, going back to the vocabulary, again, one thing that could be improved is that the definitions could be a little more kid-friendly. For example, in Unit 3, Lesson 1, there's no clear definition of a function that is given so that as the students are to construct different representations of functions.
Commissioner Blue, the instructional material may not provide enough support for students who struggle. Right, this math curriculum spirals them out.
Are there any other comments? All right, hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our vote for OUR 1100 NC Math 1. All right, for OUR 1100, we have 8 yes votes and 2 no votes. We will move along to OUR 1101 for NC Math 2. I open up resources. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Austin, the standards and criteria are at least 80% of the Math 2 course for this submission. The correlation guide, however, lacked some of the standards needed to be addressed in Math 2. And for example, that would be the section that talks about the dilations. It's included in the correlation guide, and it's missing in part of the submission.
Commissioner Seiss. The examples reflected diversity in gender and ethnicity. Materials cover the majority of concepts completely by introducing this concept via experiment or investigation, extending results to concrete concepts and application in real-world concepts.
Commissioner Baldwin, positive feedback on planning and implementation guide.
Are there any additional comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and place our votes for OUR 1101 NC Math 2. And we're in need of one more vote.
Commissioner Perry and Commissioner Murals, were you ever able to vote for OR 1101?
I think what we'll do is go ahead and take that little 15-minute break, and maybe that'll give them a chance. All right, let's do that. Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break, and I'll see everyone back in here at about 2:55. 2:55, okay? Thank you so much, everyone.
This is Commissioner Perry. I have a situation going on at my house. I need to take a break. I need to call the law. Thank you.
Hi there, Commissioner Perry. We are just taking a little 15-minute break. We just started, okay? But we do need one more person to vote. Were you able to vote for
Need
1101?
to call the law. I will be right back. I'll be right back.
All righty.
Dr. Fair?
but we're going for Christmas too, and he doesn't want a 3-week time span. So if nothing else would work. Like, so
Getaway.
Yeah, so it should be on his December, but he just sent me. It says teachers are getting. And the thing it says it was average of 2. Has 2.5. He's a state. He works. He's getting 2.5 this year, 2.5 next year, plus. It was from 1,300. What's your supplement? That's how. That's what. When it first started, when I first started, I worked in Scotland County, and then I moved to Richmond. And now I'm in Moore County. Big giant increase. I don't know. There's 5 counties that aren't getting it, and those should all get something. Mecklenburg, Buncombe, Durham. List is on. If you go to WRAL, it outlines stuff.
Okay, Commissioner Perry, I'm back now.
Commissioner Perry, this is Commissioner Linker. We're on a break. We've got 5 more minutes.
My husband works for the prison. Okay, and what do,
We need if you haven't voted on, we need to vote on OUR 1101.
1101, okay. And I hope I don't have to, but if,
We've,
I go again, I'll give heads up.
it's okay. Dr. McLean will vote if you step out.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll take care of the,
Thank you.
vote.
He works for the
Thank
prison. And they just sent me the memo. I said, I want to see it because they got a memo 2 months ago that if they are fully vaccinated, they get a $500 bonus. If they're fully vaccinated before April, then they get.
And you said 1101, Commissioner Perry.
Yes, ma'am. OUR 1101.
Yeah. This is my 15th year, so this is like my last year to ever get anything. Not just maxing out, you max out literally halfway through your career. Like it's a halfway point and that's it. Like you're done. So what is the point to stay? Don't think I haven't thought about it. I never, never.
True.
Okay, I think we're waiting on one more person to return. We've had an emergency arise with one of our commissioners, so I really am at a point where I do need everyone. Really? Okay.
Mr. Perry, I'm here right this second.
Okay, dear. Wonderful, wonderful. Just let us know and I'll step in. Very good. Very, very good.
So Commissioner Perry, if you do have to leave, if you would just let us know, so then Dr. McLean will know at that point she needs to vote, please.
But I'm waiting on Audrey. Audrey, I really need you. That is so cute. It's so fun. It's really.
So does it. She hits it.
She voted. We got 10 yeses for 1101. That's a good thing. No one noticed. No one noticed. Don't worry. All right, everyone. So we left off with OUR 1101. That vote is up on the screen, or it was. We had 10 yeses for OUR 1101 for NC Math 2. We're going to move right along to OUR 1102 for NC Math 3. OUR bid number OUR 1102 for NC Math 3 by Open Up Resources. The floor is open for your comments. Thank you. Other comments?
Commissioner Austin, one area that needs to have some improvement would be in Unit 10. It has students evaluate articles that report data by explaining the meaning of the data, making predictions, and calculating the margin of error. They do not identify the source, design, or display of the data, and that is per the North Carolina Standard Course of Study requirements, and those parts are missing and need to be added.
Commissioner Baltman, the text is easy for students to follow, and the lessons are presented in a way that aligns with effective teaching strategies that include pre-assessments, exit tickets, and opportunities for class discussion.
Thank you. Other comments? Hearing none, go ahead and cast your vote for OUR 1102. This is for Math, North Carolina Math 3. OUR 1102. OUR 1102 for North Carolina Math 3 has 10 yes votes. Thank you for that. We're going to move right along to bid number SDC 3000. This is by SDC Publications for AutoCAD 2021 Tutorial First Level 2D Fundamentals Student Edition. So you're going to have to go back to your other screen for this. This is for TTEI IC61 Drafting 1. So you're going to have to come out of your math section and go to your CTE section. And this is for bid number SDC 3000. SDC 3000. Okay, the floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Sice? Standards 1.00 and 2.00 are not covered at all. The majority of the text focuses primarily on standard 4.0, the AutoCAD portion.
Commissioner Linkler, I could not 30%. Not quite there. In addition to what Commissioner Slice couldn't pay, I could not pay. Two, the materials submitted were 3D modeling, and drafting 1 is 2D model. 3D modeling is not part of it.
Are there other comments about this drafting?
Mr. Linker, could you speak up? I could barely hear you.
Do you need me to repeat?
That would be wonderful.
I could not find 40% of the instructional indicators. In addition to what Commissioner Sykes noted, I also could not find 3.01, 3.02, any of the 1.0, and the submission materials that were submitted were included a lot of 3D modeling, which is not part of the drafting 1 curriculum.
Commissioner Baldwin, maybe this resource could be used as a supplemental resource as it does cover most of standard 4.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, you may go ahead and cast your vote for bid number SDC 3000. And this is drafting 1 from SDC Publications. I have 9 votes. I'm in need of 1 more vote. We need 1 more vote, please. Thank you so very much. We have 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. 3 yes votes and 7 no votes for SDC 3000. We will move right along to SDC 3001. This is for TTEI IC 61 Drafting 1 by SDC Publications. The floor is open for your comments. This is their tutorial second level 3D modeling student edition. Take your comments.
Commissioner Scythe, this book is related to 3D modeling, which is not part of the Drafting 1 curriculum. It does have some parts that are related to 2D drawing, but they are meant in the book to be a review for the reader.
Commissioner Baldwin, where there is value in the text is more suited to be an end of drafting 1 class or as a supplemental source, and it does not meet the minimum 50% of the standards.
Commissioner Autry, I agree with the previous comments. I found about 5% standard alignment.
Are there any other comments? All right, hearing none, please go ahead and cast your votes. This is for bid number SDC 3001. SDC 3001 has received 10 no votes. Thank you all for that. We're moving on to SDC 3002. This is for TTEI IC 61 Drafting 1, Autodesk CAD Certified User Study Guide 2021 Student Edition by SDC Publication, SDC 3002. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Scythe, this bid only focuses on Standard 4.0 and is intended to be utilized as a study guide. Also, additional resources were not available for review, although they were mentioned in the book.
Will there be others? Anyone else like to comment on SDC 3002? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number SDC 3002. We have 9 votes. We're in need of one more. There we go. We have 2 yes votes and 8 no votes. And that is for SDC 3002. Moving right along to bid number SDC 3003. TTEI IC 61 Drafting 1 by SDC Publications. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Autry, overall, this bid did not meet standard 1, 2, the standards about understanding, but however, it did meet the ones for application, standards 3 and 4.
Commissioner Baldwin does not cover drafting portion of the course and did not provide EL or EC accommodations in print text.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and vote for SDC 3003. Bid number SDC 3003. All right, bid number SDC 3003 has 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. Thank you for that. We're moving on to bid number SDC 3004, TTEI IC 61, drafting 1 by SDC Publications. And this is the student edition with AutoCAD 2021. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Ray, great feedback on curricular connections, but it does not cover design and the ideation process.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I found not quite 85% of the missing would be 1, 2, and 2.0.
Comments?
I still cannot hear Commissioner Linker. This is Commissioner Mills. I'm sorry.
Almost right up on it.
I don't know if it's going in and out. That's what it sounds like to me. She's cutting in and out.
Close.
I don't know if
I
that's
think it's my voice going in and out.
I'm sorry.
That was okay. I go back and look at it. I found not.
Commissioner Perry speaking. I think it's the microphone. It's like, it's totally silent.
Just have to get right up on it, sort of like this. Okay. Will there be others? Any other comments? On SDC 3004, SDC 3004. Hearing no other comments, please go ahead and cast your vote. This is for TTEI IC 61 drafting 1, bid number SDC 3004. I have 9 votes at the present. There we go. There's 10. We have 6 yes and 4 no votes for SDC 3004. We're moving on to SDC. Now I have 3006. Is there an SDC 3005? No, thank you. Good. All right. SDC 3006. TTEI IC 62, Drafting 2, Architectural by SDC Publications, Residential Design using Autodesk Revit 2021 Student Edition. Bid number SDC 3006. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, this bid lacks industry terms and standards. It also lacks explanations about architectural design.
Commissioner Baldwin, good resource, but would need to be supplemental.
Commissioner Austin, in agreement with the two previous commissioners, the one area of standard one needs to be addressed more fully throughout the entire text.
Commissioner Ray, terminology is mentioned but not defined. This text is meant as a resource for the software and operates under the assumption that concepts like that would be prior knowledge for the reader.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for SDC 3006. For bid number SDC 3006, we have 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. 3 yes votes and 7 no votes. Thank you for that. Moving on to SDC 3007, TTEI IC 62, Drafting 2, Architecture. Bid number is SDC 3007. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seiss, this bid does not address the architectural standards of architectural design. It would be difficult to understand architecture from this text.
Thank you. Other comments?
Commissioner Blue, the text is aimed to prepare students for the software exam and therefore lacks the information about the whys and hows of architectural design construction methods.
Will there be any others? For SDC 3007. Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for bid number SDC 3007. This is for SDC Publications. We need one more vote cast, please. Thank you. We have 4 yeses and 6 nos for bid number SDC 3007. Moving along to SDC 3009 for TTEI IC 63, Drafting 3. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seiss, The book would need to be supplemented as it operates under the assumption that the reader has background knowledge related to design and construction concepts. Residential design is not covered in this text.
Commissioner Austin, the minimum standards, the minimum threshold of the standards are met, but standards 1 and 2 are not fully covered.
Are there any others? Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your ballot for SDC 3009. Hoping I didn't skip 8. Okay. All right. SDC 3009. For SDC 3009, we have 4 yes votes and 6 no votes. SDC 3009. We're moving to SDC 3010. TTEI IV 22 Drafting 2 Engineering by SDC Publications. The floor is open for comments for SDC 3010.
Commissioner Linker, I did not find that it met the 50% of indicators necessary. It also does not support the instructional strategies and methodologies of for the course. The focus of this submission is the use of Autodesk Inventor, and it would not cover standards IV 22.01, 22.2, 22.03, or 22.05.
Thank you. Will there be other comments concerning SDC 3010?
Commissioner Seiss, standards 1, 2, 3, and 5 are not covered. It doesn't cover anything that's needed to pass the certification exam.
Thank you. Other comments? Hearing none, feel free to cast your vote at this time for SDC 3010. SDC 3010. We have 10 no votes for SDC 3010. I don't see an SDC 3011. Is that correct?
There is one, it's in carpentry. So let me go look at I don't have it in my notes, but it is on the platform to vote. But it's not in my notes.
Just carry on to 12.
I don't have an 11 to vote on.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, I was gonna pull up that list and confirm. But it is on the platform, so. I'm the only one I see it on my list to vote from.
Can someone check on that? And while we move on to 12, While they check on that, we're going to keep moving. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. We're going to move to SDC 3012. This is for TTEI. 1422 Drafting 2, SDC Publications, Autodesk Inventor. All right, bid SDC 3012. Comments, please, at this time.
Commissioner Autry, this book was to be used to teach Inventor, and it doesn't meet the requirements of that course standard. I think it's better suited as a guide or a reference for the software.
Commissioner Godet, it also does assume that students have enough background knowledge of drafting and manufacturing concepts to understand the why behind the design features.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baltman, many of the standards do not meet the requirement of 50.
Thank you.
Commissioner Linker, I didn't find that it met 35%. I couldn't find for standard 1, 2, 3, or 5. Like the previous submission, it's basically using Autodesk Inventor, which is a program, not the standards for the course.
We've heard several comments. Are there others? Hearing none, feel free to go ahead and cast your ballots at this time for SDC 3012, bid number SDC 3012. For SDC 3012, we have 1 yes vote and 9 no votes. 1 yes and 9 no. Moving on to SDC 3013.
Dr. McLean, if we can go back, my error, I was looking at the next publisher. There is not 11, and I double crossed on the list. There is not an 11.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Linker. Commissioner Linker. Thank you.
Speak it into
That's right.
Let's not even start.
Let's go get it, girl. Let's go get it.
Go get it.
All right, for TTEI, IV 22 Drafting 2 by SDC Publications. This is parametric modeling with Autodesk Inventor 2021 Student Edition. Bid number SDC 3013. Floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, yeah, I found that it just met 50%. It does not cover standard 1, 2, or 3. Positive of strength is it did include a lot of opportunities for hands-on.
Commissioner Seiss, this textbook only contains information about parametric modeling. It does not cover all of the standards. Standards not covered are understanding basic engineering design and industry terms, understanding engineering design concepts and principles to solve problems, and understanding manufacturing processes.
Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our vote for SDC 3013. We need one more vote, please. There we go. We have 3 yes votes and 7 no votes for bid number SDC 3013. Next, we have bid number SDC 3015. Is that correct, that there is no 14?
Yes, ma'am.
SDC 3015, CSIT BM10 Microsoft Word and PowerPoint by SDC Publications. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, the only content included was word lessons. The content did not match the standards or indicators for PowerPoint, and Part 2 presentation section is missing.
Commissioner Baldwin, more like a study guide than a textbook, and no L or EC offerings.
Thank you. Are there any other comments to offer?
Commissioner Linker, even of the standards that it does cover for Word, it does not cover 1.04, which is managing tables and lists, or 2.07, managing customer lists and creating meetings.
All right, any other? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our votes for SDC 3015. We have 10 no votes for SDC 3015. Moving on to SDC 3018. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. TTEI IV22 Drafting 2 by SDC Publications. Bid number SDC 3018. The floor is now open for comments.
Commissioner Ray, the book states on page 18 that the book was written assuming the reader has basic knowledge of the things, basic concepts of mechanical design, drafting, engineering, graphics, principles of mechanics, of materials, etc. The text is a great tool for learning the software, but it does not go over the standards of the state curriculum.
Thank you. Are there other comments?
Commissioner Seiss, it does a good job with standards 4 and 6. It would make a good supplemental text for teachers using this software.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please go ahead and cast your vote for SDC 3018. SDC 3018. We have 10 no votes for SDC 3018. I now need you to turn your attention to the mathematics section again. To mathematics. just a few minutes. Salvas Learning Company LLC. How do they pronounce that, Commissioner Linker? Savvas. Did you say that? Savas? Okay, Savas Learning Company. Up first for Savas Learning Company will be SVL 1100. And this is for North Carolina Math 1. SVL 1100, North Carolina. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Seiss, the materials offer an interactive text feature for students and teachers, which allows for differentiated learning. There are also print materials that are scaffolded and editable.
Commissioner Baldwin covers 75% of the curriculum, variety of learning styles, and variety of activities and capstones.
Commissioner Austin, going back to what another commissioner was talking about, the scaffolding, all of the parts of the standard for the cluster for linear, quadratic, and exponential models are there and scaffolded so that the students are able to solve problems and those standards are met within the textbook.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, will you carry on with voting for bid number SVL 1100? SVL 1100. SVL 1100 has 10 yes votes. We will move to bid number SVL 1101. SVL 1101, and this is for North Carolina Math 2. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Godet, each unit provides materials for struggling and advanced learners. Good balance of concrete, representational, and abstract thinking are present in this text.
Commissioner Seiss, all materials are available digitally, and the digital resources are very easy to navigate.
Commissioner Blue, there are before, during, and after materials available for each unit.
Commissioner Austin, a couple areas missing are that of the square root, inverse, and operations with polynomials.
Commissioner Blue, there's a good balance of concrete, representational, and abstract activities throughout the content.
Are there any other comments? Hearing none, please feel free to vote at this time for bid number SVL 1101. North Carolina Math 2 by Savas Learning Company. 9 yes votes and 1 no vote, or bid number SBL 1101. Moving to bid number SBL 1102 for North Carolina Math 3. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Linker, I did find that 90% of the standards were covered. Neither of the objectives for the standard cluster, linear, quadratic, and exponential models was addressed in materials, which would be specifically S3F LE3 and S3F 4.
Thank you.
Commissioner Autry, I too found about 90% of correct alignment. An area of weakness would have been the standard cluster for congruence, proving the geometric theorems.
Other comments? Hearing none, carry on with voting for bid number SBL 1102, North Carolina Math 3. Thank you so very much. We have 10 yes votes for SBL 1102. I'll turn your attention to bid number SBL 1103 for North Carolina Math 4. SBL 1103. The floor is now open for your comments.
Commissioner Ray, the statistics book presented for this bid is adequate for the statistical portion of the course. However, the algebra trig book for this submission does not have the material aligned with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. Deficiencies in 2.2, while the text does go over vectors, it does so in the typical AI plus BJ format as opposed to the North Carolina Standard Course of Study vector component format.
Commissioner Seiss, I agree with Commissioner Ray. There are also deficits in AF 1.2, AF 3.3, AF 4.
Are there other comments? Comments? Hearing none, please go to vote for bid number SBL 1103 for North Carolina Math 4. For bid number SBL 1103, we have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. Moving to SBL 1105, pre-calculus. The floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner, the modeling project at the end of each unit is beneficial and covers majority of those standards.
Commissioner Ray, wish there were more manipulatives available.
Commissioner Austin, the text is organized by explaining information using their rule of 4 to balance the algebraic, graphical, numerical, and verbal approaches to problems.
Commissioner Blue, F4.8 and F5.2. Not find those. Did the material provide suggested information for remediation or acceleration?
Are there other comments? Hearing none, you may proceed with voting for bid number SBL 1105 pre-calculus at this time. Bid number SVL 1105 has 9 yes votes, 1 no vote for pre-calculus. Moving to SVL 1106, pre-calculus as well. Floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Baldwin, it does meet over 50% of the standards at around 80%. Good examples like graphic representation besides the algebraic representation covers curriculum well.
Will there be others? Comments for bid number SVL 1106?
Commissioner Seiss, the application extension at the end of the exercises were a great addition. The application index is also a very good resource to have.
Commissioner Ray, some concern about the algorithms with complex numbers just being at the back of the book in the appendix rather than in the text.
The layout of the, Commissioner Blue, sorry, the layout of the text is jam-packed, making visual tracking difficult for students.
And Commissioner Austin, some of the page numbers listed in the correlation guide are incorrect. For example, it should read 797, but in the correlation guide it says 809.
Any other comments? Hearing none, you may proceed to vote for bid number SVL 1106. One more vote, please. SVL 1106 has 10 yes votes. Moving along to SVL 3000, you will now need to move back to your CTE category. To CTE again. So I'll give everyone a moment to make that shift. For Pearson, publishers Pearson. SBL 3000 is the bid number. SBL 3000. AG AU10 Agriscience Applications. It's the course we're looking at. Bid number SBL 3000. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Linker, I found that it met over 80% of the instructional indicators. I could not find that it covered 3.04, 4.04, 5.04, 6.02, or 6.03.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gadd, there were a lot of short case studies and paragraphs about relevant businesses with the young business owners, making it relevant to those who would be that text.
Commissioner Autry, I too found about 75% curricular alignment. There were deficits as far as remembering tools and their safety practices for each of the industries that were listed on the standards.
Commissioner Blue, I also agree with Commissioner Linker, and I also could not find 6.01 or 6.02, which pertain to ag.
Very good. Are there any other comments? Hearing none, you'll take this time to go and put your vote in for bid number SBL 3000. This is for Agriscience Applications, SBL 3000. Tie at the present.
Have to have a witness.
So it should be 6 yes and 5.
Let's see. The next bid number is bid number SVL 3001. SVL 3001. The floor is open for your comments at this time.
Commissioner Sykes. Commissioner Sykes. It contains no clear information on the following objectives: 3.02, 4.03, 4.04, 5.01, 5.02, 5.03, 5.04, 6.01, 6.02, 6.03, and 6.04.
Commissioner Ray. I agree. And a lot of what is covered will still require teacher supplementation of materials, although the digital textbook is visually pleasing.
Commissioner Baldwin, I agree with the previous commissioner comments. Does not meet the standards.
Commissioner Austin, one positive is that the information presented about the National FFA organization and its role within agricultural education is present throughout the text.
All right, any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our vote for bid number SVL 3001. Source is 1. Okay, we're in need of one more vote, please. Got it. We have 2 yeses and 8 nos. For bid number SVL 3001. Going to move swiftly to SVL 3002. This is for financial planning 1. The floor is open for your comments. SVL 3002.
Commissioner Linker, I did not find any of the standards met instructional indicators. This book, even by title, is personal finance. And this particular course, Financial Planning 1 in North Carolina, the focus is on business, corporate, and corporate financial planning. And this submission is only for personal financial planning. So I didn't find any alignment at all.
Commissioner Sykes, I agree with everything Commissioner Linker says.
Commissioner Blue, I agree with everything that Commissioner said as well. One positive is that each chapter starts with a real life scenario to
background knowledge.
Any other comments? Hearing none, let's go ahead and cast our votes, please, for bid number SBL 3002. SBL 3002 has 10 no votes. Let's move to SBL 3003. This is for Entrepreneurship 1 by Pearson. Bid number SBL 3003. The floor is open for your comments at this time.
Commissioner Ray, there's a lot of short case studies and paragraphs about relevant businesses with young business owners, so that's going to be a way to capture those students immediately.
Commissioner Baldwin covered roughly 70 to 80% of the curriculum.
Any other comments? Hearing none, feel free to go ahead and vote for bid number SBL 3003, Entrepreneurship 1, Publisher Pearson. For bid number SBL 3003, Entrepreneurship 1, we have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote. We will now move to SBL 3004, Adobe Digital Design by Pearson. The floor is open for comments for bid number SBL 3004. Are there any comments?
Commissioner Seiss? The textbook did not make mention of a capstone project. However, essential standards were met and the book aligns strongly to the standard course of study.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray, pictures and photos used in the material are absent of diverse ethnic groups.
Commissioner Linker, I found 100% of the standards were met.
Thank you. Comments? All right, let's cast our vote, please, for bid number SBL 3004. Adobe Digital Design by Pearson. We have 9 yes votes and 1 no vote for bid number SBL 3004. Next, we have SBL 3005, Adobe Video Design. Are there comments to be made for SBL 3005?
Commissioner Seiss, there was no support of named CTSO activities, which are a staple of the CTE environment. The textbook did not make mention of a capstone project.
Commissioner Baldwin, although it did meet the standards right at about 50%, it's not enough for a standalone textbook, could be looked at as a supplemental text.
Any other comments? Hearing none, please let's cast your vote for bid number SBL 3005, Adobe Video Design by Pearson. We have 9 ballots cast and need one more, please.
Thank you so very much.
I have a tie. I'll go back. For SBL 3005, bid number SBL 3005, we have 5 yes votes and 6 no votes. For bid number SVL 3006, Microsoft Access, the floor is open for your comments. SVL 3006.
Commissioner Linker, I found that this submission met 100% of the instructional indicators. A weakness or something to improve on would be including some capstone activity.
Commissioner Autry, the practice activities, vocab, quiz, label activities that are provided are all essential for completion of each standard.
Are there other comments? Thank you. Let's move to vote for bid number SVL 3006, Microsoft Access. We need 2 more votes. Thank you so very much, everyone. We have 10 yes votes for bid number SVL 3006. Bid number SVL 3007 for Microsoft Excel by the publisher Pearson. So up next, the floor is open for your comments.
Commissioner Seiss, standards are all present within text materials. The content and teaching strategies that support the indicators and objectives were consistent with Microsoft Excel.
Are there any other comments? Comments?
Commissioner Ray, technology is limited to the iPad for this.
To an iPad. Thank
Limited
you.
to an iPad.
Other comments? Hearing none, you may move to vote for bid number SVL 3007. We have 9 votes. And we are in need of 1 more vote, please. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Bid number SVL 3007 has received 10 yes votes. We will move now to bid number SVL 3008, Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. The floor is open for comments at this time. We still need to hear from everyone, if at all possible.
Commissioner Linker, I found that the submission met 90% of the instructional indicators. I could not find evidence of 3.06.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baldwin, I agree with Commissioner Linker. It did meet about 90%. Most of the objectives were covered in the text, some video and images. However, it may need additional supplemental activities as it didn't have enough to fill an entire semester of Word or PowerPoint courses.
Thank you. There be others? Other comments?
The content, Commissioner Perry, the content is very user-friendly.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Perry. Anyone else? Hearing none, will you move to vote for bid number SVL 3008? SVL 3008, Microsoft Word and PowerPoint. We have 10 yes votes for SVL 3008. We're going to move to bid number SVL 3009, Food and Nutrition 1 by Pearson. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Blue, 21st century skills and information areas are included, and the content supports work-based learning with close-up sections. Resources are easy to read.
Commissioner Goodell, I agree with Commissioner Blue on those career close-up sections. They're great for our EL students and EC students, and they're quick reads as well.
Are there other comments?
Commissioner Autry, I noted that those cooking section does have some extended material.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Commissioner Baldwin, just unsure if the content directly supports the integration of CTSO activities. However, do agree with the previous commissioners.
Thank you so much. Others? Hearing none, if you will move to vote for bid number SVL 3009, Food and Nutrition 1 at this time. We have 10 yes votes for bid number SBL 3009. We're going to move to SBL 3010, bid number SBL 3010. High School Health Science 1. The floor is open for comments.
Commissioner Baldwin, although it does cover all the curriculum, it's not at the depth needed for proficiency. Unit questioning is appropriate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mills, I would like to have an actual test bank of questions. The information is lacking in 3.02. 3.03 lacks in-depth information, and 4.02 is also lacking information.
Thank you.
Commissioner Say, CTSO and HOSA not mentioned, not at the level of a true capstone project.
Any other comments? Bid number SPL 3010.
Commissioner Cadet, this text is more so teacher-led than it is student-led.
Anyone else? Hearing none, you may cast your vote at this time for bid number SBL 3010. All right. For bid number SDL 3010, we have 7 yes votes and 3 no votes. So 7 yes and 3 no votes. Everyone, you were fantastic today. We made it about a page and a half over where we thought we were going to make it today. So you were absolutely incredible. Now, I say that to say that's probably enough for today. I think you're beat. Right?
Commissioner Cadet, I agree.
I agree. I think.
I make
a motion, we adjourn.
Second that motion, Commissioner Cadet.
It's been moved and properly seconded. So with that being said, it's right at 4:30, and I totally agree with you all. That's enough. That's enough. We've beat all the horses. You all did excellent. You were incredible. Dr. Fair has some housekeeping things she needs to do with us for just a few seconds. So if you'll give her your attention, let's do that and let's call it a day. Is that all right with everyone? Okay, and we'll start back in here. Tomorrow morning, I think the agenda is calling for us to start like we did this morning, 8 a.m. with publisher registration. We'll do the call to order at 8:30. Here at 8:30 in the morning. And at the rate we're going, you out pretty tomorrow too. You've been great. Thank you. No, we won't say a word. We won't say a word, but you've been amazing. So, Dr. Fair?
caveat is make sure that
Hello? We cannot hear you.
Commissioner, that's not Harris Mills. Commissioner Mills, we've adjourned for the day. We will be back. Ready to start, logged on and ready to go. I would say you need to be on by 8:20.
Okay, and the housekeeping
It's
things?
for those of us who drove.
Okay,
So
that's
you're
what we-
good. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh-huh.
Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Eleven oh three, went to 11:05. There was no. 11:03. 11:04 listed. That's correct. Sure thing. Problem.